Alright, let's make sure everything's running. So, okay. Okay, let me check volume settings. Oh wow, that's at max. Okay. Actually, let's make that a little louder. Let's make sure that's there. Sheesh. Is the chat box not working? What the heck? No, it's there. Okay. Let's see. That looks like I'm ready. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream of Tea and Toast with Ghost. I am your host, Ghost. And we are picking back up off with Borderlands 4, everybody. So let's enjoy it, shall we?
Using Siren powers to lift the hold in reality and make him.
Where do I want to go? It wants me to go here. Okay. And alright, we'll finish this section of the story mission, and then we will start doing some more of the side quests then, I suppose.
I will take your news to the council and hope it stokes the fading embers of their courage.
What
Scrap
courage?
these bastards! We must stop Lichter!
This way.
Seal the fortress! The Vault Hunters must not interrupt vile Lichter!
Whoa.
You will not be caught.
Forgot how much
Nothing out of it.
Hey, anyone out there, let me know how the audio is. Am I coming in good? If I'm not, maybe I need to turn up the mic or turn down the game audio. Let me know. Actually, we'll probably move the mic a little closer and see how that works out. If anyone's got any complaints about the volume and stuff, please let me know. I do my best to try and make this work out, and sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. take it, but I'm not gonna use it. Kamikaze only works if you can hit the target. And you have failed.
I have barred your path. Now, you face Formulas!
Forgive me for skipping the pleasant, but I must get straight to your death.
Oh, I forgot to set the sniper rifle.
Things are getting
I'm not
wild.
doing this right.
Damn it, they locked the way up.
Let's see, what should I talk about today? Because last time I was talking about the Star Wars anthology.
Amara, I will delight in watching you
Let's
squeeze the
see.
life out of that man's
I don't want to
But
cover
when it cracks,
dating. I've already made too many
Canva was
videos
there
about
in the
that.
past. Maybe he will.
I mean, there's also no point in
You're right.
Galda, the fortress is locked up.
in
Any luck with the
in
council?
giving women advice about dating, because they don't tend to listen to anyone who doesn't agree with them. And this could be men or women. Because if you don't agree with them politically or their philosophies, most don't listen. Period. So, don't feel like talking. Don't particularly want to address that. Do I need to reset the chat box? Doesn't look like it's... Doesn't look... Because I can't see my pinned comment on there.
Do not fear death. You are barely alive as he is.
Oh, not this guy again. Yeah.
For a grenade?
His attacks are interesting. Basically throwing singularities at people, which is interesting. But it's annoying to deal with. Whoop.
That is the way the dice go.
Fire. Oh. So, what to do? Said go away. I can't, for the life of me, I can't decide what I should talk about. Does anyone in chat wanna? I'll leave it as Twitch. Okay, let's see if that works, because I haven't seen my pinned comment yet. Oh well. Trying to think. Well, I already covered the one. No, I didn't cover that. I covered how social media is being more poisoned than being helpful nowadays in the video. I mean, I could. Maybe not this time. Is that the murder bot? Oh no, it's this guy. It's the... It's the guy who digitized himself.
Just what I was looking for.
Interesting idea, but it wouldn't work out very well. Where'd he go? Did my connection just cut out? Or is it just loading? I mean, I can. Guys in Oh. They're helping me. Yeah, but they're helping him.
I'll be back!
It's funny. The actual original variation of the double barrel is actually meant as a stagecoach protection, not meant for home defense. But I'm not gonna lie, this thing is one of my favorites. Alright, let's fast travel here. I really don't know what to talk about. I'm not conflicted, I just don't know what to talk about. I mean, the whole Chud the Builder situation is his own damn fault, in my opinion. You want to run around being that kind of content creator, sure. You want to be provocative. Actually, that actually sounds like a good idea. Let's actually talk about people who are provocative.
Please, please, they're missing.
I have the time. What worries you?
Well, my friend, Quiet Limos, went out for a late night supply run and hasn't come back. That
So,
was 2 days ago.
so
People
for
have been
those
going
of you who
missing
don't
at
know,
That's why
Chud
we're
the
always careful
Builder,
to put
as he's
presences on
called,
just anytime we went out alone.
he
Here,
was
I'll show you.
originally a contractor who,
I'm Restless Arwa, by the way.
thought I
Thank you
turned
for
that
this.
off.
Cash is the need. Tell me more about this supply run.
Oh, Limos was
Who,
finding something for me, okay?
said,
It's my fault they're missing, so it's my responsibility to get them back.
started
This is my last transponder.
saying a bunch of racist
You have to promise to
things.
be careful.
Keep
And
it.
most
My echo
people
phone
who
can mimic
you start hearing racist things, they get uncomfortable, if memory serves. That's how this started.
Not sure what. Why am I but sucker? Oh, the man's gonna love this. Or hate it. She's a hard woman to read. Just scratch the cereal if I
And he lost basically his contracting business because, you know, we can all sit here and say it, he was being an idiot. Because only an idiot runs around running his mouth. I mean, that's like some guy who watches the Boondocks from the early 2000s and starts running around saying the N-word. I mean, I wouldn't say it. Oh. I mean, a word's a word in my opinion, and there are those people who use it to make negative connotations. I don't like that, period. Although considering that the origin is Spanish, surprised more black people don't have problems with people from Spain, but that's besides the point. But, you know, Chud the Builder, after he basically lost his ability to get hired because of the crap he was saying, he decided to become a full-time nuisance streamer. I guess that's the proper way to say this. He became a full-time nuisance streamer.
I am always this pretty, yes?
And these are the people who you see go running around, causing all kinds of problems. I mean, you see a couple of... I mean, there was that one guy who spent some time in Filipino jail cell. And Filipino jails are not known for their niceties. And he got out, but there's also other streamers who have gone to places like Japan and other places, and they start doing things.
Well, I say we. More you.
That cause nuisance to the locals, and to my knowledge, Japan has actually started to arrest nuisance streamers, and And I don't remember if Japan has a new, I don't remember if it's Prime Minister or, I don't remember if it's new, I don't know if it's president or prime minister, but the current person in charge in Japan, he's pushing for letting less tourists into Japan. And there are those in Japan who approve of it, and there are those in Japan who don't. You know, it's basically normal that there are people who don't want to have tourists in, who are acting as nuisance streamers. So, I mean, I don't particularly blame the Prime Minister for wanting. I mean, I already don't like the liberals who go around this country causing all kinds of problems because they don't like whoever the sitting president is. Or it's those protesters who are professionally paid to go and cause problems all over the place. So, you know, So I actually do agree with Japan in that regard, that these protesters, the people who are protesting causing these problems, they either need to be put in jail or removed, because they're actually causing problems in the country. I know there's going to be plenty of people who say me saying that is wrong, but I know there's going to be plenty who disagree with me on that, but, you know, these people aren't actually trying to improve people's lives. They're only fighting for their political beliefs. Now, if they were actually fighting to make things better, I'd probably be not fully supportive, but I'd be way more supportive. Of their cause, that instead of just being absolutely against them. But again, you know, Chud the Builder, he started referring to black men as monkeys, and he would go around and do that. And of course, he's sitting there posting all this stuff up on, what was it? Instagram and not Twitch. Instagram, YouTube, I think. But he was posting it up all over the place. And, you know, he was seen going around basically trying to get people to pick fights with him, so that way he could essentially pull out his mace or his firearm and just kind of pointed it at people and just like, yeah, come do something. And it was just like, dude, you're not gonna get out of jail. Because, you know, the legal process, I can say with a certain amount of greed, does not care why something happens. They only care if they, well, I shouldn't say that it cares about benefiting itself. But, you know, there are those who are in that who actually care about the money that it does bring them. I mean, if you don't believe me, go to the civil rights lawyer. He's from Kentucky, and there was actually a town in, I think it was Virginia, who had this patrol lieutenant who was literally running around, basically committing criminal actions to get arrests. Now, I can hear people saying, well, Ghost, the police officers can't do that. And, you know, well, the problem is that if a as the civil rights lawyer has demonstrated, you know, these government doesn't really care if government breaks the law, if you catch my drift. Now, me saying that, government is going to be like, how dare you, that's not true. But, the thing that I'm going to say here is it's not all government. It's people in government who are okay with it because, most people sit here and say, well, government doesn't do X, government doesn't do Y, government doesn't do Z. Well, the thing is that government only gets so much money from things like taxes. And, if you get a speeding ticket, that money goes into the government because you have to pay that fine, that fee. And, now, I will be bluntly honest, some of those fees are used for education purposes, like, hey, let's see, there are for driver safety education and other things. So I do agree that there is some good that does happen from it. And, they also do use, supposedly they're supposed to use it to fix the roads, but that's what they use the gas tax for. In a lot of places, they use the gas tax to do that too. So, as far as I'm aware, as long as the money is being used for its intended purpose, I'm not 100% against those fees and stuff being used for that kind of thing. But the problem is that that's not what they're always used for.
Should have watched the hands.
I mean, it normally doesn't get out that often, but there are tons of government scandals that happen.
That is the way the dice roll.
I love you!
And, you have, and you often have, council people in cities and others who sit there
I will take them to a lovely farm upstate. Oh, tapping out already?
and, it's, there's been mayors and others who it's been proven that they've embezzled money before, and it's just, there's a very hard line complaint that, are all these fines being actually used for what they say? Well, let's see. Government comes out and says, yes, all money is being used for as is intended. And common sense tells us
Welcome.
that
How can I help you?
I am on the prowl for a stolen mask. Belongs to the boss. Got any info on it?
Whoa. Slow down there, stranger. I am a respectable businessman who runs a simple scrapyard. I'd help you if I could, but I don't know nothing about no activities regarding no boss. I'd never break the law and disobey the order. Not me. No way, no how.
Likewise, my friend. I, too, am an upstanding gentleman who will be taking a look around your establishment.
No, hey, no, knock yourself out. This is just your regular, everyday strip club turned scrapyard. Just like, keep your head up. You'll see.
strip club turned scrap. Seriously? That place doesn't look like a strip club.
How you doing? You got any information yet?
Your associate was not exactly forthcoming. I have been looking around, but still no trace of the mask.
Too bad. I guess some people just aren't resourceful. Maybe Calder got it wrong about you.
I resent that. Would an unresourceful person remember the associate mentioning some batteries?
Got a feeling you're onto something there. Let me know when you turn up. I'll be waiting.
My poor cat has a vanishing habit. Vault? Hunter, I've been watching you for what seems like ages. My cat is physical, and I require someone of your unique talents to find them. Mori is a special creature.
The last time I met someone with his vanishing act, I got these cards. Color me intrigued.
Excellent. My feline friend has an odd penchant for vanishing from sight. I will mark where I last saw them for you.
Let me help you find your path. If you seek inner wisdom, nothing can stand in your way again.
Seems like you could use some guidance. You're charmed, I'm sure. Not sure what I'll do with it. Oh, Levine's gonna love this. That way. You try. If you can't, just scratch the serial number off and she'd suck her. What? Not sure what I'll... Oh, Levine's gonna suck. Not sure. Wait. Just scratch. Oh, Levine, suck her. What? I mean, you know...
Sorry about that, folks. I have an error message. What is this? What's a notification? Huh. Okay, why is it telling me that I have an error? Instead, it's... That's frustrating. Alright. But anyway, Chud the Builder was seen going around, semi around where he lived and other places he visited, going around referring to black men as monkeys and other things.
Somebody come crack.
You are in luck. I am a licensed chiropractor in 3 systems. Wanted in 6 others.
Oh, thank the Lord of Lumbar. I've got a crick in my back like you wouldn't believe. Give the crick a crack, and I'll pay you back.
And he often referred to black men.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thanks,
And
man.
he'd call them monkeys or chimping out and stuff. And, you know, I don't think it was ever, I don't think it's ever appropriate to,
Oh man, there it is again.
and I don't think it's ever appropriate. I mean, calling a black man a chimp would be paramount to calling...
That lotion dispenser will need a battery. I will find one.
Lotion him up. Set the mood. What the fuck? Ugh. What is this? Happy time at the massage parlor? Seriously? But I digress. Back, this is like calling white people. What's a proper way to call a white person that's an insult that isn't a directly, something that wouldn't be considered directly derogatory insult? I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. Because what's an... I mean, you could almost say that they have no taste. That's, you know, culturally, musically, you know, that's the honest thing off the top of my head that could be considered what he was doing. Tasteless, classless, entitled.
Those hands are straight magic. You got a gift, pal.
So, I mean, that's kind of the closest thing I could think of. Just off the top of my head. You know, I didn't spend a lot of deep thought thinking about it. Celebrated job well done. Okay, well, I'm getting out of this taco stand.
Wow. This crick is freaking persistent. Can you get back in
Back
there and
McCracky.
really give it what for? No, that's not gonna cut it. I need a little something extra. Really bring the hammer down. Feel me? Yeah.
Now, mind you, I don't approve of any... I don't approve of this rhetoric in any form. But... I mean, that's like saying that all Asian people... I mean, you know... I'm not gonna go too far with this particular what he was saying, because personally I don't think it was right that he said it in the first place. But
This is the part you can plan.
But, you know, he ran around just trying to get people to attack him. And if anyone set him off, you know, first things out is the mace, and he'd hit you with the mace. I mean, by the time the incident that took place that landed him in jail happened, he had already been told by, was either a Kentucky or Virginia judge that what he was doing wasn't good, and you know it was. I mean, he had already been told he wasn't allowed to carry a firearm around because the guy was obviously trying to provoke somebody to. And I'm pretty sure, and you know, do I agree that a judge shouldn't, or the powers of a judge? Well, you know, I think it's, you know, I don't think a judge should have the ability to strip your rights unless, you know, you have been convicted of something, or you're a very demonstrably provable threat to the community. Because some guy who runs around doing stupid things will eventually do something that more than likely is going to be stupid and dangerous. So, you know, can I understand why the judge did it? Yeah. But on the flip side, I think the judge should have had more cause outside of him being a nuisance streamer, running around and heckling people. Because, I mean, you know, the best way to deal with people like Chud the Builder is just to look at him, is just give him this blank stare and just walk away. Because if you don't give them outrage, they don't get what they want or what they need. Now, not everyone is going to be cool as a cucumber when when it feels like their race has been insulted. So yeah, I understand why. I mean, it's like there's a video of a guy who hates Jewish people, and a Jewish man walks up, starts tearing down his signs and stuff. And you watch as a small scuffle breaks out on the video between this Jewish guy who walked up and the guy who's like, blame all Jews for this, blame all Jews for that. Blah, 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 blah. And, this is what these outragers want. They want you to do something stupid so they can make an example of you.
Your second was me.
Now, do I agree with these people that doing this kind of thing is okay? No, of course not. Because nuisance streamers are eventually going to end up getting hurt pretty darn badly. Or in Chud's case, they're going to end up going to jail because they went and did a bunch of stupid stuff. And that, if you don't give them the content that they want, they move somewhere else. So it gets them out of your area, as it were.
Nancy, you send me to the most unique people.
Whoops.
Guess the Tinsano is the only thing keeping him together. Mission complete? Jackpot!
So much noise in the background, it sucks. But anyway, as I was saying, nuisance streamers are going to end up becoming the new form of entertainment. And it's not going to end well for these people. I mean, Chud the Builder's a really good example of this. It's oh, it's thrashy. Okay. Original synth. Get a grip. I actually like that one. That's actually pretty neat. Oh, he's got a little delirium like little thing. That's cool. Paint job. You don't even see the red hand. What a terrible paint job. Oh, not delirium, iridium. What matches well? Let's do that one. No. 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 Sure. Why not? Now, if memory serves, the max level in this game is 50. So... But now back on the subject of Chud the Builder. You know, Chud is a nuisance streamer and he's running around. And, you know, he's posting all kinds of things. And the last thing he posted was, I'm gonna get off under a self-defense plea. And, you know, the thing you have to remember about self-defense in the United States is that it is true that if you in the right states, if you can actually prove a self-defense claim, is that yes, there are states where standing your ground is allowed, and there are also states where you're, you know, if your life is in peril, you know, you can do certain things. Yes, that is true. But the thing you have to remember about these specific rules is that, you know, first off, you know, you can't just sit there and antagonize somebody in whichever way. And am I saying this to be to defend Chud the Builder? Absolutely not. I am not defending him in the slightest. Well, I'm explaining what I understand of the legal terms. Now, but, you know, he had been running around being a nuisance streamer, and, you know, he had already gotten in trouble with a court because of how he was acting. And if you know anything about a court, if you've ever been inside of a courtroom, an actual one, you know, there's a saying that lawyers have. You make an ass of yourself, you make an ass of the court, and the judge is gonna have your butt for one, not making an ass of the court and also making an ass of the judge. It's well known that judges hate it when judges really hate it when people make them look bad. I mean, that's something that I think the law dramas actually get fairly clear. Is that if you make fun of the court, belittle the court, or do something that embarrasses the court, judges do tend to not only frown upon that, they also tend to hit harsher punishments, whether it's warranted or not. So, Chud the Builder doing what he did, being as dumb as he was, so Chud's already not looking good because he had already been told by a judge he's not to run around with a firearm on him. Whether he had a now I know there will be plenty of people his rights shouldn't have been infringed upon. I do understand that, but we also have to sit here and say a man who's running around inciting violence, who's basically being a nuisance streamer, he's not being I mean, delete laws, he's not a nuisance streamer. He's actually someone who exposes police brutality, government corruption the same way that the civil rights lawyer does. And he does want the Terry versus Ohio decision overturned. Sadly that's probably never going to happen. Actually, let me turn down my device. Let's turn that down a little more. I don't think people are hearing me well. But, again, we're not talking about a guy who sees a problem and is like, hey, look at this, and look how people in authority are abusing this. That's not what he's doing. This guy is running around provoking, threatening, because that's one thing, but he's running around basically taunting people. Now you can't use fighting words, but you can run around saying slurs all you want, and if a police officer arrests you for it, Supreme Court has already ruled that inflammatory language is not inflammatory language is protected speech. Now, if you're using fighting language or something else, that's when we're actually looking at, something that is criminal in nature. Now, do I honestly think... Now, I imagine some people have seen the videos of people driving by police officers, flipping them off, And then, you know, next thing you know, cops pulling him over, telling them that that what they did is disorderly conduct, even though there's been a Supreme Court decision and a bunch of appellate court decisions that say, you know, and, you know, what's the general consensus? You know, the court understands that, you know, doing this, doing that would upset a lot of different people. However, it's just as easy for you to drive by and do that if the police officer is technically off duty and it's not known that he's a police officer. You know, illegally, the police officer can do the same thing. You know, the police officer can do it too, but, you know, if it gets found out that a police officer's running around flipping people off, you know, that normally reflects badly on the police department. And then, you know, you have the mayor of cities or the county commissioner, you know, whoever, going to the police chief or the local sheriff, whoever has so, you know, there are plenty So there are plenty of people out there who could so, you know, what I'm saying here is that, you know, depending upon certain things, you know, it reflects this, it reflects that. So, I mean, for those who say that's unfair, you know, let's think back to when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, you know, as the start here. And, you know, there were so many videos of people celebrating that Charlie Kirk got assassinated. And then all of a sudden, you know, a month or two later, all these people are crying about. And all these people are crying about how they're losing their jobs, they're losing this, they're losing that, or they're getting in a lot of trouble because there were doctors and nurses and others who celebrated Charlie Kirk's death because they didn't agree with his politics. And, you know, and, you know, from my perspective, Chud the Builder and the people who got fired for celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, you know, as far as I'm concerned, those people got what they deserved. And now I know there are people who will tell me that, oh, Chud didn't deserve this. He was just going around, you know, just being a nuisance streamer, and people, and, you know, he doesn't deserve what he's getting. I disagree. Because if you're being a nuisance streamer running around with a boombox or whatever, and it's a quiet place.
Why am I buying your shite? Come see me again, unless you're broke.
So, I mean, you know, I'm just saying here, there's a very fine line between someone who's running around blasting music to a guy who's running around, you know, using derogatory language. And, you know, I mean, if you see a black man walking around a predominantly white neighborhood referring to white people as a bunch of honkies, you know, you're not gonna see anybody get their feathers ruffled. 'Cause, you know, it's like, wow, you're so mature. So, you know, but what Chud the Builder was doing was, he wasn't, you know, if he, it's like I said, he was being a nuisance streamer, but it was the kind of nuisance streaming where someone was eventually gonna get hurt, whether it be him or somebody who confronts him about the way he is. Now, do I agree that Chud had the free speech to do what he was doing? Yes. But I don't think it was a good idea to do it. And, you know, he's posting on Instagram and other places about the stuff he's doing. Now, I know there'll be people saying, well, what about the people who came up and said, oh, we like what you're doing, keep it up. Well, congratulations, everybody's different. And, you know, if you've ever been given the white treatment, as some people call it, as some Caucasian people call it. Now, what is the white treatment? Oh, gee, let's make this simple. Oh, you don't understand my culture, you don't understand my problems because you're white. Or my life's such a shitty situation and you're white, so there's no way you can understand this. So there's actually you know, it's basically the so it's basically saying that, you know, just because you're white or whatever, or you're Caucasian, however you want to say this, that your opinion doesn't matter, your opinion is irrelevant because you're white. And, you know, the big problem there is to be bluntly honest, is that you don't understand anything, and you know, that's one of the biggest lies out there. Now, why do I say that's one of the biggest lies out there? It's because everybody's life is different. You know, just because somebody's parents aren't divorced, and you know, that gives them a slightly better home environment, you know, that's assuming here, folks. You know, that's actually assuming that the home environment is healthy. Because there are plenty of people who stay married and just absolutely hate each other. So, I don't sit here and say that, you know, everybody's life is as peachy as pie.
A surprise inside!
But, you know, just because there are environments where people have conflict and instead of dealing with it in a healthy way, they don't. You know, nowadays, you know, dealing with problems always varies. Because there are plenty of environments that are unhealthy for not only for people, but also for the kids of said people. Because there are people who will address their problems and there are people who won't. So, you know, I mean, you know, you want to sit here and be and say otherwise. Well, here's the thing. You know, it's flip a coin. Is it good or is it bad? Because that's what it comes down to. It all comes down to chance. Now, the chances are never always going to be 50-50. I mean, if chances were actually 50-50, that would actually be pretty impressive. Because that would basically ensure that you either have you have a 50% shot at having a good situation. So, being as that is, you know, it's how do you get your best situation? Well, like I said, you can never really know or you can never really say.
If you got any more like this, you sucker, you drive a hard bargain. Not sure what I'll do with it. Wait, why am I buying your shite? To think I have almost forgotten what Joy found.
So, yeah. So, saying that just because somebody's parents stayed together means they have a better life isn't always necessarily true. I mean, if all the parents do is hate each other, scream, yell, curse, you name it at each other, is that a healthy environment for a kid? Heck no, it's not. It's actually worse than the kids' parents who are divorced and happier.
A surprise inside! You will love this part!
So,
That is the way the dice roll.
So, you know, it's just, how do you get a good situation? In a nutshell, it's all luck of the draw. Do you believe in the heart of the cards or not, my friend? Or do you believe Richard B. Riddick? I make my... Oh no, it wasn't Riddick who said it. I'm trying to think of who said it. Because we're not talking Domino, whose mutant ability is just to give her the most favorable outcome.
Creeps neutralized. And they have left me a gift. A candle with some cat hair. I am rich.
A candle.
So, you know, luck doesn't work out the way that you think it does.
Beware, though. Older antagonists tend to show up there.
Because you could be born into a very wealthy family, or you could be born into absolute poverty. You never know in these situations. So, you know, getting back on to Chud here, he was running around doing all kinds of stupid things.
Looks like the shrine is locked away. Must capture the safe house first. Always useful anyway. Ah, a spot for a missing booty.
Indeed. I have never doubted you, Vault Hunter.
Not the kind of light I expect from a candle, nor the workings of a simple
So, in Chud's case, you know, the
the
guy decided to sit there and act a fool. And just be a fool. Now, so now that he's acted the fool and it's coming back to bite him in the butt, you know, should we feel bad for him? Not really. I mean, again, he had been warned by a court to just knock his antics off. Did he listen? No. So now he's got to pay the consequences of that. Now, if only real shotguns actually had that spread capability. But Chud was running around being a nuisance streamer, and he was posting up all stuff he was doing and everything else. And I'm not and seeing as that I'm pretty sure that the prosecution is going to be well, I mean, they probably are going to push for the severest charges they can. I don't expect them to push for a capital murder charge because, well,
Another fight goes my way.
because I can't say with any measure of certainty about what any prosecutor will do. I mean, technically speaking, they could try and push for a first-degree case, but the big problem with pushing any form of first-degree case, you have to prove the intent that they went to do what they did for what they did. And a nuisance streamer running around being a nuisance, that doesn't push it to first degree. I mean, if argued properly, a judge might be might be willing to listen to second degree or possibly third degree. That I can see. But I don't know if we're gonna get to...
You certainly have quite the companion. Canva, shrines, strange beacons. Feels like Mori has been there on some kind of kitty spirit journey.
Creatures of splendor are wont to seek realms of evil dreads.
So I can't say to 100% certainty what's going to happen with his charges. Although I'm fairly certain he's going to spend at least 10 years in prison. I do fully expect that. So, and this is, and mind you folks, this is something that he did to himself. I mean, he could have just been a nuisance streamer that walked around, that just simply, he could have done the whole straight out of Compton F the police thing and just walk around with it and just blast that in front of a police precinct. And any police officer who comes over and starts giving him a hard time, he could easily he could have easily done a free speech thing, and with a good lawyer, he could just keep doing it. And, if the police want to argue harassment, he's on a public sidewalk in a public space. They could probably get away with a nuisance charge. But, it's... So, doing things that just bug people, there is, it could be it is in some cases what you do considered against the law, yes. The case wouldn't be clear cut, as it were.
Mysterious light leading into a cave. Most would turn back, but I am not most. Maybe most are onto something.
So, I don't agree with what's been with everything here. I don't agree with what Chud's been doing. But, this is why, if you're someone who's out
The longer you hide,
doing some type of streaming situation, you have to...
there you are. Looks like someone got stuck in a phase. Lucky. I admit, you do have some charm.
Oh my god, thank you, honey. I was expecting a rescue, but you've turned it into a rescue with a side of compliments.
How does that thing talk?
What a perfect honeypot. I need to find some idiot yokels. Fast.
Oh, my companion did that for me. Let's dish about it after we get out of here. First, can we make a bridge to get over that filthy water? And by we, I mean you. I'm not about that soggy lump thing.
I will handle the bridge. And while I have your time, I would love to run some business ventures past you.
You may call me Maury. My companion loves to make the most out of fabulous things, so now I get to voice all my strong and invariably correct opinions. Isn't that amazing?
Invariably correct opinions.
So...
I am sure many will pay to hear.
Yes! Time to exit stage left, am I right? Let's go. I guess now's a good time to warn you that I keep getting ripped in and out of the phase, which...
For the record, incredibly painful. Ugh, do not recommend.
So, Chud's situation is of his own making.
How did you end up in the phase in the first place?
I don't know, hon. It only happens when I'm in here. I'm just exploring like my normal gorgeous self, and then bam! Face down.
Now, apparently the guy who,
Tragically, even a watcher
who actually went up to him does have a criminal record. And, that... So it does and does. So from a legal standpoint, from what I understand of things, it does and doesn't help. So, I can't say for sure, but there were a lot of people complaining about his bail. Well, the thing with bail you have to remember is that bail conditions are, and the amount of bail is dictated by the crime.
Roasted, toasted, and burnt to a crisp.
Yeah, the severity of your crime and how much you can afford and how much you can afford. And, you know, so, you know, it's not hard to say.
Emil, where did you go? You know that Borderlands eating freak is around here somewhere. That thing will tear you apart if it
Seeing
gets
as
its hands on
that
you.
Chud does have some measure of assets and he does have a skill, you know, his potential for making money is higher than the,
I'm so sorry. Why did you have to? Wait. What was that? Who's there? Who's there?
then, you know, the criminal guy who has nothing to his name, you know, if he's lucky, he's got maybe a couple $100 and maybe somebody who owes him like $500, and you got another guy who may owe him a favor. You know, that's always possible, but is it enough to, get him out on bail? Probably not. So, you know, in Chud's case,
How are you feeling?
but in Chud's case, you know, he has a house, he might have this, he might have that.
Greedy bitch indeed.
So overall,
I will find you.
Chud's case is that more than likely he's SOL, and that he's going to end up
So much for my slow day.
and that he's probably going to spend the rest of his time while this is going on in jail or prison, whichever. Well, no, probably jail. And then he'll be transferred to prison. And there's also the fact that, you know, it's black inmates are not gonna take kindly to him too. So he better hope that whoever his cellie is, it's not a black man, because that's not gonna end well for him.
Find the shotgun. Hey, show me your home garden.
But, you know, Chud is the epitome of the nuisance streamer who we shouldn't indulge with or react with, because that's all he wants. Now, I know that there are people who say that the money is ridiculous, and, you know, Myron Games is outspoken about this. And personally, if Myron Gaines thinks it's ludicrous, then he should probably personally get involved with Chud's case and start funding things, if you ask me, if he honestly believes that. But seeing as that I doubt Myron Gaines or Fresh or Goomba, as some people have taken to calling him, I doubt Myron Gaines or Goomba are going to do anything outside of support him and maybe drop him $1,000 in his GoFundMe. But now...
Oh, good. You are alive. I feared the Rippers did what they do best.
No, I'm fine. More fighting. Oh, what fun. Don't mind me, babe. I'll just be over here ripping apart more rippers.
So, you know... So, I don't really see how this ends well for Chud the Builder at all. I mean, from my perspective, it would be better if Chud got beat around in prison, in jail and prison for a while, so that way he learns his lesson. Now, am I encouraging the prison population to hurt him? No, not in the slightest. I'm just calling it as I see it. He's probably gonna end up in a not good situation in prison. So, you know, now, personally, from my perspective, I actually think that the type of content Chud the Builder makes shouldn't be, well, platforms should not allow it. Because it...
Lead the way. Move.
So, you know, I think YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, you know, whichever platform.
Do you feel any different now that we have left the mines?
Yes! It's night and day, honey. I'm halfway to my companion already.
Vault Hunter, more is joining at our favorite shrine.
You know, I think,
As
you know,
wish.
they shouldn't allow that type of streaming.
I mean, my thoughts didn't change. They just started, like, leaving my mouth. Ooh,
So, you know, that's my opinion.
You lost your meow. How specific.
oh, I can, but it's just like, meow. I just say the word.
Because it promotes people doing dumb and dangerous and stupid things. And if you think I'm wrong, go ahead and tell me why I'm wrong in the comments. I'll gladly have that discussion with anybody.
One Mori safely returned. Keep them away from the vase and they should be fine.
Oh, naughty Mori. Padding around where you shouldn't be. My Mori, you are so precious. I can't have you going into those mines. You know what those stones can do.
Fine. This torn asunder thing is not the look I'm going for anymore. Thanks
So
for the help, honey.
You have my gratitude as well, Vault Hunter.
so
Do
you
enjoy
know,
your time on Kairos before.
and the reason
Well,
why I
look
say
forward to
that
watching
you know, besides that it should be illegal, you know, the reason why I say it is what eventually is going to be the end result of this. Now, what is the end result here? You know, I'm not talking about Chud the Builder's situation. No, 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 no. What I'm saying is, what's the next outrageous thing that somebody's going to do to get attention? You know, Chud the Builder went around calling black people monkeys. Is the next guy gonna be walking into Latino communities and starts calling different people different
Help! Please help! I was the only one to make it out. Survivors. I have to help them.
Hey, stay with me. What has happened here?
A group of psychotic order troops.
you know, is he going to call what?
They attacked us so suddenly. I ran to get help, but
You know, are we gonna get the next guy who's gonna walk into Latino communities and, you know, is he gonna start calling Mexicans Hondurans? Is he gonna start calling Hondurans Mexicans? Is he gonna call people from Guatemala Mexican, lower than Mexican? You know, this is the next.
they're everywhere. Stop the slaughter.
You know, this is very much, you know, where this is going to go down. Where you're going to go to certain communities and just act a certain way. You know, and I'm not saying this to give people ideas, because I swear if anyone takes what I says and say, oh, he's promoting this, you know, first off, I'm not. Second, you know, I'm saying that, you know, this is what might be next. And, you know, it's just gonna keep going until somebody decides to do until somebody decides that something more outrageous is the correct response. It shouldn't be.
Luck is on my side.
And, you know, it's, you know, from my perspective, this is just a matter of time. Now, why do I say it's a matter of time? To be bluntly honest, it's just what's gonna happen next. I mean, there was a movie where the primary star was Stone Cold Steve Austin, and the movie was about releasing like 4 or 5 prisoners on an island, and the whole point of the show was for these 5 prisoners to end each other for the world's entertainment. This is what's happening with these people.
Nancy, it seems you have left just one. Hey, how are you still amongst the living?
I don't know. They said I was next, and then you showed up. Do you think you could let me out of here, please?
You will walk free again. Give me a moment to find a switch.
And, you know, I'm not... Now, again, I'm saying that this is a very bad thing and we shouldn't want it to happen. But, you know, this is what it's boiling down to.
Power sources for the cell must be nearby. When in doubt, follow the wires.
I mean, if you think about Lonely Fans for a minute here, just as an example, you know...
The cables never lead me astray. Usually. Now,
let's redo this, because I completely went the wrong way.
I must knock out all the power sources quickly then. Before, do me a favor. The power sources for the cell must be nearby.
You know, this is, you know, adult content you used to either A, have to spend the money on, or B, you had to have an internet connection and you had to know what you looked for. And, you know, not... Oh, there's one right there.
Only one more. Now, it is on a timer. I must knock out all the power sources quickly then.
And now you have a bunch of women believing that OnlyFans will fund their lifestyle and everything. And, you know, sadly, if you've actually seen an OnlyFans model Snapchat or whatever, you know, a lot of them complain that when they go on dates with men they're attracted to, you know, the guys tend to treat them pretty lowly. Like, hey, you know, you do this crap online, you know, you should want to do this stuff for me when we first meet. I mean, I've seen posts from OnlyFans women who complain about that kind of stuff.
My brother managed to get out, but I think he was hurt. Did you see him? Did he send you?
Yes, he did. It took his dying breath, but your safety was the only thing on his mind.
Because I've heard that complaint before. So this is, you know, this is what the end result is going to eventually end up being. And I'm not saying this to be a Debbie Downer. I'm saying this to say, and I'm saying this as, hey, wake up. This.
Thank you.
Finally! A unit that can keep up!
I'm saying, hey, wake up. You know, the more you dive into degeneracy in this same way. You know, the more it takes out of you, if you will. So I don't sit here and say this stuff as a joke. I say it in warning that, you know, what's gonna happen next. You know, are we gonna start having videos of guys who sit there and stand next to each other and, yeah. Ooh. Actually, I better not finish that thought now that I think about it. I don't want to give people ideas of things to say or do that will generate outrage. It's just not healthy, and no, I'm not going to start giving ideas. So I won't start suggesting things that would probably be considered outrageous. But, you know, I'm going to sit here and just say that, you know, it's not good with the way... You know, we're not only are we, you know, not only is this setting up ourselves for failure, we're also setting up here for more degeneracy. I don't think it's healthy. I mean, you know, there's a difference between someone pulling a prank, like, oh yeah, I shaved off half this eyebrow, or I taped somebody into a cocoon with duct tape and rope, and, you know, we hung them from the ceiling for a little bit. But, you know, at the end, you know, we let them go, and, you know, we all had a big laugh at the end. You know, that's one thing. You know, it's, you know, you just look ridiculous for a little bit, you know. There's not really much harm done. See. See, one more here. Then is there anything here that I want to do? No. think I'll do this one here. Then we'll start with, then I guess we'll start putting Hot Hand in, and then from this one, we'll do this one with the Sweet Roll. Oh wait, that's when he spawns a Bone Totem. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's a... Whenever he spawns a Bone Totem... So that does increase his max health. But the health restored is from the Bone Totem, so maybe... And that increases his cooldown, right? So that might be what I do there. Skill damage. Okay, yeah, we'll get this one because that increase by the time that that's maxed out, his shield. I'll have a wonderful shield recharge, at a massive shield recharge bonus. So okay, I guess that's what I'll do from these other two ones then. I mean, this one, because this one does similar to what this one's going to give me. This one increases the cooldown rate of his action skill. This one increases the duration. But it's when I stack fortune, and it's not... But the stacking, and it's not 100% clear how he's... Well, I know how it stacks fortune, just... Okay. So... Should I do... Yeah, let's do that one. Because that one mission is technically after you defeat... supposed to be technically after you defeat Vile Lecter, and there's a reason why that is. But, you know, I can't... tell YouTube, Twitch, you know, whoever to not allow nuisance streamers to post. I mean, what it's probably going to take for that to happen is something more serious than Chud the Builder to start happening. I mean, this is what I'm going to predict, and I'll predict it right here for everybody, is that eventually someone who maybe takes after Chud the Builder, or someone who's that, you know, Chud the Builder is going to be just the beginning, you know, and it's just going to and, you know, then they're just going to start doing more outrageous things. You know, I can't say for sure who's going to do anything, but, you know, it's just kind of obvious that the next person who decides to continue Chud the Builder's legacy as a nuisance streamer is probably going to take it another step further. You know, he may not go after black people. He may go after people of Hispanic origin. You know, we can't say for sure what these people are going to do. But given everything, but, you know, they're just going to find another way to make this somebody else. Well, not make it somebody else's problem. It's just going to be, it's just going to be someone who's going to have to do the more outrageous thing, and it's just going to build up and explode that way. And, you know, I wish that wouldn't happen, and I wish that wasn't the case. But the odds are is that somebody is eventually going to do it. That it's gonna happen, and it doesn't matter what, and it's not gonna matter what I say or somebody else says. All it's going to happen is that somebody's gonna do it, and then they're just gonna be, and, you know, eventually, I mean, you know, if they're smart enough and they've actually consulted a lawyer, the lawyer's probably going to tell them, yeah, don't do this, don't do that. In fact, don't do it at all. Or to at least give yourself a defense, don't post anything up on social media that says, hey, look at me, I'm a nuisance streamer, look at me do this, look at me do that. Blubbity, 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 blah. Because Chud the Builder's public defender is not going to have a good time dealing with his case at all, especially with all the stuff he's posted and all the stuff. And, you know, it's just not going to end well, period. I could get a bit more specific, but I think I've already beat this horse to death. And I don't... Oh, I'll take that. I mean, the only real problem is that I'm losing a fair amount of damage that I don't want to lose. I guess I'll wait till I get something either rarer or better, I guess. Darn. I was actually kind of excited because it was like, hey, look, I might have a better, class mod. Darn all the bad luck, though. I'm actually missing out on a fair amount of damage, which sucks. Alrighty, before I carry on, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll take a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back, everybody. Alright, sorry about that, everybody. I had to deal with something, and, well, sadly the situation didn't end as well as I'd like it to.
Handy. All right.
But
the spawner should ping
let's get
Limos's
back to it,
path
shall
in
we?
order of upload. It's proximity based, so when you get close to one, it'll update their trail.
Simple enough. You will be the first to know what I find.
You sell them in pints round here. I'll miss our little chat.
Alright. Okay. But, yeah. Chud's situation is purely his own doing. And anyone who sits there and says that this is ridiculous or this is BS, let's be very clear here. He had already been in court the month before and was told he was no longer allowed to bring a firearm. He was no longer allowed to carry a firearm with him because of what he was doing. And again, I've already stated I don't think a judge should be able to take away somebody's rights unless there's a really good reason for it. I mean, most people don't even know that a lot of the laws that stop felons from voting and owning certain objects, a lot of those laws weren't originally on the books. They actually belong to the Jim Crow laws that are still used to this day. And I don't approve of the Jim Crow laws being used because it basically guarantees that you can be stripped of your rights and all you have to do is be convicted of something, or in some places even arrested for them. I don't think it's particularly right. Now, if you have a violent history, that's when I draw, that's when I can be like, okay, I don't particularly like the idea of people being stripped of their rights, but, there is concern. So, do I like it? No, but can I see the judges, like, if this guy keeps doing this, eventually someone's gonna get hurt and possibly, be offed. And, I've sat here and watched all of this guy's content doing this. So, I understand the judge's reasoning. I just don't like that judges have that kind of power. Because the big problem with power, especially when it comes to government, is abuse. There's a reason why the United States had a Revolutionary War.
Wyatt Limos is the gambling type then? A fighter after my own heart.
No way. Limos is a fighter. Literally in this case, I guess.
Bloody but not a body in sight.
Okay. That's Not great.
against the
But
British
not
Empire.
terrible. Footprints mean whoever left them was wounded but still alive.
So you know,
Is your transponder
I'm not.
Oh no. It must have swallowed the first
So,
binder.
you know, it's just we are now repeating what was done to American citizens a long time ago.
Quick, check that transponder.
So I just from my from my historical perspective, it just doesn't seem to want to. I just don't think it'll end well.
Oh, damn manglers.
Now I know there'll probably be some legal beagle or whomever
I'm wounded,
that
but alive.
disagrees with me.
Dropped a transponder for you, Arla. I gotta keep moving. I won't let you down. I won't let you down.
Oh, they're alive! Or at least they were. Okay. On to the next signal, but be careful. Looks like this one's in Order territory.
They survived a Mangler attack while tramping through Order territory? Kanansi must favor them.
I guess they did. Oh, but I wish they hadn't.
And
I never would have asked for
you
their
know,
help if I'd known
my
it'd be so
reasoning for
dangerous.
this is very simple. Governments that well, this goes down to the old ad hominem. Absolute power absolutely corrupts. And if we can't, and seeing as that the only real power the people of this country have is the ability to vote, and seeing as that most people don't even use that ability anymore, because if you can get enough people to not vote, you can effectively shut down the government and force change. But most people can't or won't do that. It's one or the other. So, it's just a matter of, well, what do you do? I'm not saying what would you do for a Klondike bar, but, I'm saying here...
It looks like the transponder is inside the outer wall.
What I am saying here is this, is that if you allow any form of institution, whether it be government, a university, whatever, if you don't have some measure of, if you, the student, you, the person, you, the voter, don't use what the powers granted to you to actually do something that actually enforces change, things are just going to continue down the path they're going down. It don't matter.
Send more my way. I am hot. my pain, did you?
So, you know, I'm not trying to incite anything. I'm not trying to get people to do anything stupid or crazy. I'm just trying to get people to recognize what certain things will do. Ooh, money. Arr, 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 arr. But, you know, there won't be effective change in the United States until the people stand up and say, you know, we're not going to vote for corrupt politicians anymore. We're not going to vote in politicians who are more interested in lining their pockets with foreign dollars, well, foreign money. So, you know, it's just, you know, I can sit here and spout off, do this, do that, blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't mean anything unless someone actually listens and says, okay, let's do it things this way. So, my hopes of any meaningful or effective change is going to happen anytime soon. No, I don't think it is.
This weird feeling I don't know, being watched. Is that crazy? But I'll keep searching. Don't worry, it's probably nothing.
Limo sounded better, right? Maybe they're okay, but just hiding away. Keep going, please.
So, you know, I don't expect any form of miracle to happen, to be bluntly honest with everybody. I just fully expect there to be the next Chud the Builder who's going to be twice as outrageous. And let's see, twice as outrageous and maybe 3 times as dangerous, maybe.
Hope the timekeeper kept your word, see? Break your shackles, fools!
You know, I'm saying that's what I expect. I'm not saying that is what's going to happen. But again, if you think I'm wrong, feel free to drop it in the comments.
Killing you feels like a mercy! You call it duplication? I call it having a backup jackpot.
That's the fastest I've ever done one of those before. Oh, what the heck?
I have a gear to pick with your luck.
The timekeeper is in
Here, let me give you the business. Pop goes the weasel. All around the mulberry bush, the mom chased the weasel. Da 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 da. Pop goes the weasel. Wow, that was particularly twisted of me. Oh, what's the next topic we should talk about? Because I'm gonna leave Fresh and Fit to Camp Hustle 1. Go check out his channel. He's doing his live stream today at, what was it, 11:45? Because I know where I'm at. Yeah, 11:45. Go check out Camp Hustle's stream if you want someone who rips through Fresh and Fit. But trying to think of things that I should bring up.
Gunning for close.
See, I already covered Iran. Trying to think of other things I should cover, or at least talk about. See, not gonna talk about dating. That's something I'm working on for my next video. Well, that's going to be another video. I mean, I could talk about meta, but that's another video that I actually want to do some research in before I actually start producing that particular video.
This is quite the hive, Arba. Are you certain Limos would have gone to an order base?
100%. This is pre-cataclysm tech. Clunky as hell, but never wrong. Not sure how you're gonna sneak past all those order, though.
Apologies, Arbor. You hired a shortcut, not a sneak.
I cannot.
Can you see a way inside?
Echo, do me a favor.
I mean, I can kind of harp.
Machine versus machine.
Actually, that's not a semi-bad idea to talk about.
The pests keep coming. Echo Far, keep your pace. I will see to this.
Keep getting junk. Another transponder.
Still no sign of quiet news.
Oh, damn it. Can you check the transponder? Maybe they embedded another clue.
Arwa, I made it this far, but something's not right. I know I wasn't spotted by any order, but I can't shake this feeling that I'm being watched. Doesn't matter. I'll get your brother back. Until then, I just have to... I gotta try.
Count every measure. Sound out the cage. Bar by bar by bar by bar. Death is leisure.
Well, that's because Lecter is watching.
Echoing far, far, far.
The voice. Where do I know it from? Let me search my memory banks. It seems Kanansi's favor has finally turned.
That's not exactly reassuring. But wait, the transponder's moving. It's headed to... Oh, Maker, that's Crawler's Folly. That cave is off limits to augurs.
But not to machines. Be ready. I will head for the cave now.
Oh, it's not far. So, you know, all I can say for Chud is play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I am here.
Next time, try
What was the name of this place
gargling
again?
peanut butter next.
Crawler's Folly. They say Revelatory Lottie was the first to find it. He was this young Vault-Tech prodigy, but then...
But I want to move on to a topic that's more near and dear to my heart, which is what they've done to American cartoons.
Anyway, Lottie went into that cave, and no one ever saw him again. Now people say his tortured spirit haunts the place. Folks claim you can hear the dead moaning in there. Even the Order avoid it.
Not even Oculus could have done this.
Now, to be clear here, folks, I grew up in the 90s just Now, I grew up in the 90s where they had just brought Digimon and Pokemon, but when I was growing up, I was watching all the Tex Avery, you know, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Yosemite Sam, Elmer Fudd.
There is some kind of force field cutting off the cave.
Really? Oh, but there has to be a way inside. The transponder is in there. Lemurs is in there.
You know, I sat there and watched all those, I grew up watching those cartoons. Heck, even Popeye the Sailor Man was something I watched and very much enjoyed and laughed about. Now, they didn't show every single one because they only played the ones that were in color. I mean, if there was actually a black and white cartoon, that was actually surprising. And yes, I did occasionally get to watch Tiny Toons. That was on Nickelodeon. Or was it on, I forget where it was exactly, but they didn't play Tiny Toons on, but they did, if memory serves, they didn't play Tiny Toons on, and the infamous One Beer. But I know I actually got to see that. I actually got to see that. I actually saw half of that on television before they pulled it. Because I was watching something else and that came on eventually. And, you know, as for Family Guy, I actually got to see the episode before they pulled it off the air. And yes, I was a kid, mind you, when I saw this. I did actually get to see on television around midnight, 1 a.m. over summer vacation, where I actually got to hear Peter Griffin saying, "I need a Jew." I actually did get to see that. I actually heard that and didn't understand what it meant until later. Way later.
That's Lemos. Well, go on. May as well scan the transponder.
Oh, if you find this Arwa, I'm sorry. He had Veth already, and he said his eyes on someone new. His restless shadow following Arwa. Arwa, you should go far away. Far. No, stop! Stop! Get away from me!
Must be the same man. Same axe, same splatter pattern.
What do you mean?
Time is a prison with bars made of years, locks made of moments, windows of tears. Time is a question, unceasing, uncertain, a hollow behind a roaring curtain.
The same macabre poem I heard with Harper. Or rather, in Harper.
Who?
Harper was just another of this man's victims. Strange. Another head by Limos' body.
That's Sincere Van. He was my brother. He was banished, but Lemos said they'd find him and we could all make a new life together. Now I've lost them both, and I'll bet that bastard was taunting Lemos with that head.
Do not yield to your grief. Let it spur you onward.
Yay. Well, at least we know that this guy is truly twisted.
A star against a cold night. Like castles of ice, our lives are half built and half devoured. Bite by bite.
Arwa, get somewhere safe, now! Arwa, say something if you can hear me.
Vault Hunter, follow transponder.
Yes, Vault Hunter. Come, let us meet. I'll keep her safe and sound and sweet.
You've interfered twice.
Have peace, Arwa. I will be there soon.
Too bad the damage on these things never goes up. Wreck of the Seventh Cradle. Although I don't get it. Why did they take down the vehicle scaling? Because in Borderlands 1, 2, and 3, the stronger you got, so did the vehicles. Well, at least the damage output went up.
I just paid this home. Barry, saw you there. Oh, you damaged my toy.
No, you didn't. You got it for free.
What is that rattling sound? Getting closer now. Keep fighting, Arwa.
All I want is to set people free from pain and sorrow, fear and rage. They're happy now. I gave them the key. Their sanity was
Sanity is relative, Grim
and a
Reaper.
cage.
A fine seer on that one. You all just delay the inevitable. I am coming, Arwa.
I'm in here. Hurry, please.
Follow the script. The lines we both know. The audience is just a
And when I say sanity is relative, I'm not saying sanity isn't real. What I'm saying is that what we call sanity
I remember from
is a
before.
very
Slam the blades, shift the
different
hits.
thing. I'm saying that sanity is what people agree is common for your area to a degree. Because you compare American thinking to people who live in the Middle East, it's pretty strange. Well, American thinking is pretty strange to them.
Seems the rush was worth it. Was it?
I don't know. We were talking. He asked me if I wanted to be free. I don't know why, but I said no. I didn't care about freedom without Remos and Finn. He seemed almost shocked. Then he started laughing, cackling, and just left with my transponder. Or did I dream all that? I don't know.
My chill pales the flesh of those who flee care. If some prefer burning, then why should I share? You're so close to knowing, so
Get yourself somewhere safe. I have a score to settle.
How in the heck did he go from there to across the map? That's what I want to know. It's like, but you know, they've done a real injustice with American cartoons with all the political indoctrination.
We sell them in pints round here.
Now, when I say they've done an injustice, I mean American cartoons used to be funny. They used to be pretty lax. They used to be pretty free. I mean, think of Courage. No, I'm not selling that. No, I'm kidding.
She's a hard woman to read. Fine, leave.
But anyway, as I was saying, you know, let's think of Courage the Cowardly Dog here for a minute. You know, Courage was scared, but even though he was afraid, even in the face of even in the face of his nightmare, terrifying world, Courage still went out of his way to protect both Muriel and Eustace. And, you know, it was no small amount of fearless, of him being scared in the face of absolute nightmare fuel, if you will.
Not long now.
But, you know, Courage literally did
Look all around. I've nothing to hide. We both kill others because we are kind. The souls I have saved are there on the slides, smiling forever. They don't seem to mind.
He was literally afraid, yet he kept moving. He kept fighting. And yes, the screaming, the yelling, this, that, or the other thing. Yeah, it was... Wow, this guy's twisted.
Just as I thought. A frozen yogurt machine. And a used one at that. Our vendor should hide the tricks of their trade better. Sir. Harper and all the others. This killer is calculated, methodical, robotic, respectable in other circumstances. This case is close to its end. Let me see if I have this right. He is killing people while disguised as a froyo-monger? But he would need to be close enough to ping me with Arwa's transponder. Oh, the launch pad.
Don't you mean that the guy is actually the froyo seller? And he picks out his victims by... But, you know, the thing that you have to understand here is, you know, they made it, you know, I mean, even take the original Powerpuff Girls here.
If you're here for the Frogurt guy, you just missed him. He ran off towards that old barn on the edge of town. He said some weird rhyme about smiling. I wasn't really paying attention.
Waiting for my freaking
I'm still waiting for my freaking sprinkles, man.
Time for the Frogurt guy to close up shop permanently.
Not the remake one they did. It was silly. It was cute. But, you know, it was watchable. Then, you know, let's talk about Dexter's Laboratory.
More other zombies. That must have stopped.
When was the last time you felt free of your body? I can take you there.
My bird canvas upon
You know, Dexter was a genius. He could do this. He could do that. Blah, 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 blah.
Luck is on my side. Gunning for good. Finally, it is done. Arwa, know your friend's killer has met the same end. It is not much, but sometimes spite is the only salve we get.
Oh, thank the Maker. And don't worry about me. My vengeance on that bastard will be living well. For Vanth and Limos. Farewell, Vault Hunter.
Ripping my boat!
As bad idea.
But, you know, Dexter's Laboratory was goofy, a little silly, ridiculous, and, you know, it was actually cute the way that Dee Dee was trying to, well, not necessarily help Dexter. I mean, there's a couple of fan theories but about things that I'm not going to get into. But, you know, it was just cartoon. It was silly. It was stupid. It wasn't serious. It wasn't, you know, there was none of this political messaging. I mean, even the regular show actually fit, you know, the standard, you know, cartoon narrative. And there was no, we have to include this, we have to include that, we have to make everybody feel like they're involved. And you know, I'm not going to sit here and say there haven't been great characters, because I actually really enjoyed Static Shock. Because there was plenty of good cartoons that didn't need. I mean, you know, when they actually introduced Hal Jordan's Green Lantern, you didn't see me being like, oh, they should have had the original Green Lantern guy, when it was like, nah, it was fine. Hal Jordan rocked. He was a good hero, he was complicated, everything. And, you know, you didn't hear me crying about that. I mean, you know, if you want to be technical, the Green Martian from everything. I mean, if you want to be technical, what were those two, those two speedsters that were plus and minus? I mean, from Teen Titans, those guys were technically Hispanic. Then they had the masked luchador near the end and everything. You know, good characters are not defined by certain things. It's defined by those who actually make a good character. And nowadays, it's just yuck. I'd rather sit here and watch. I'd rather have my kids watch the old cartoons, regardless of what some people say they represent, because, oh my gosh, look, it's funny, it's silly. And I'd rather watch that. Alright, folks, I need to mute the mic for a minute. I need to focus on the battle.
pints round here. You drive a hard bargain. Sucker, what? If you got any more like that... Not sure what I'll do with it. That just scratch... Oh, that'll keep... Wait! Back! You're taking all me mud. If you got any more like that... If you got any more like... Sucker, what? I mean, just scratch the serial number off and she'll be right as rain. If you see a dictator today, kill him dead, won't you?
Vault Hunter, over here. Carter's already inside.
They let you in here?
I let the guards pet Hermes.
Here's Carter talking to the counter.
You boot-licking cowards.
Yeah, I think he's really getting through to them.
Paralyzing this council. Your hesitation threatens our homes, our traditions.
Sounds like he's having his fun.
You call cowardice. I call keeping our people safe. How safe will our people be as Fire Lictor begins tearing holes in reality? Or when his master finds out what he...
Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh no, what happened to my connection? Oh, this is not good. What the heck? Is it not loading? Well, the game's still going, so... Okay, here I have an idea. Alright, let's reset the capture device. Let's see what happens. Because that could be it. Okay, that didn't do anything. Let's... Darn it, come here, you. Oh, don't tell me the capture card's going out. Oh no, I may have to cut things off here. This is not good. This is not good. Let's see if the capture card is working now. Let's see if the audio is working then.
Snow? I should build a little claptrap. Give him a carrot antenna and everything.
Okay, I'm getting audio, but I'm not getting video. Huh. Okay, there's something definitely wrong with my capture card. Right. Okay, let's... Okay, let's do this. See when this thing comes back on. Okay, now let's reset the... Let's see if the capture card will work now. Alright, there we go. Phew. Well, minor technical difficulty. Oh. Well, I can't say, I'm surprised by, Calder's behavior. If I was him, I'd be pretty pissy, too. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, let's head to the... Actually, wait, what's this? Oh, that's Claptrap. So, let's hit this vault over here. And, that'll be the last thing I do for this stream. considering the stream almost went down. But we'll call it good then. But yeah, the politicization of cartoons, making them not funny, is from my perspective incredibly tyrannical. Now, why do I say it's tyrannical? Because in tyranny, what's the first thing that dies? Comedy. Because I mean, you could only laugh at what the tyrannical government approved of. You laughed at anything else. Oh no, you're in big trouble, mister. So I don't view what they're doing to cartoons as enlightening. I view it as controlling. I mean, even Japan sat there and told the world that the anime that's coming out of Japan because there were people complaining about Japanese anime and how it wasn't diverse enough, and even the people in Japan said, well, it's not made for you, it's made for people from Japan. And if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. And I very much agree with that sentiment. Let's make cartoons that are actually funny. You know, I want to be, whenever I turn on a cartoon, I want to be able to laugh. I want to be able to see the silliness of the antics. Okay. I'm gonna have to go to the other side of the mountain then. Because I don't see a way in. Alright, let's do this real quick. Oh, did it? No. did I summon the vehicle and then it just canceled it out? Because normally you can't summon the vehicle. I guess it switched. Oh no, I just wasted that. But that literally doesn't make any sense as to why that got canceled out.
That will buff right out.
That'll buff right out.
What a lift!
Okay.
Eight bar left.
Actually, let's head towards that shrine. I remember that thing being specific. Because I don't see a specific way to go up there. There. That's what I'm looking for. Vault of Oracle. Alright, let me use the bathroom real quick and I will knock out this vault, everybody. Alright, sorry about that, everybody. I had to do a little bit of helping, but I am back, and we're gonna knock out this vault before we end the stream.
Oh, what a mighty vault! Hurry! Supplies are limited. The smell of this thing. You dropped your scratch the serial number off, and she'll be right with. Why am I buying you? Fine, please.
And I picked up a new... module. Not bad, but not what I'm looking for. Darn. I was hoping for something better.
An intruder or an initiate, vault hunter or victim, proceed and perish.
Find the shrapnel!
I don't plan on perishing, so...
The time wasters are here!
Damn it. Well, I wasn't expecting that to happen. Not what I'm looking for either. I mean, I'm not expecting anything legendary just yet, but something a little, something in the vein of what I already have. Nice.
Timekeeper kept your orders to
You're a survivor. But are you a savior? Show me more.
Although, to my knowledge, the game never does explain who the Watcher is, though. It'd be interesting if they did. They never do.
Naughty timekeeper building his own boats, his own guardians. His failure could.
So we got that maxed. That's maxed. Gonna do that one next. Then we'll do this one. Then this one. And then I guess we'll see what we have left. Well, I guess we'll see we'll have what's left of levels to work with, I guess.
Maybe hidden away.
Look at you! Obsolescence is kind of. I will make this quick since.
Oh, that's cold from a robot. Obsolescence is kinder. That's pretty cold.
I'll show you with.
But yeah, I mean, they've kind of dodged it with some of the movies. But, you know, I actually really enjoyed Static Shock. And, you know, it always, you know, the thing that most people don't understand when it comes to characters and stories, it's not, you know, is this character diverse enough? It's, is the character actually well written enough to actually connect with people? Because if you're trying to connect to one very narrow specific subsection of people, yeah, you're not going to get, you know, what's the nicest way to put this? You know, you're not gonna get a lot of people being like, oh, this is okay. No, you're gonna get that one tiny subsection that's like, oh, I approve of this, and then you're gonna get people who turn it off. While I have a second, let's go to my specializations and reload speed and that's always better accuracy. I've already got enough stuff that bump up damage, so. Man, once a shield is ugly.
Canansi speaks.
Dying is easy. I should have known you'd go the hard way.
Darn, it's sad when what you have is better. Let's see, this is the one before the next, so let's pause it here for a second.
Itself. For one so keen on purpose, naughty timekeeper has robbed his progeny of it.
This is the third one before
the
vault
win.
monster.
That means me.
I mean, at least in this game, there's no vault monsters. There's no sirens that want to suck the power out of the walls, out of the
Not much left of you.
Dude, for the price of one.
Just like so. Scattered to pieces. Be second down and I stay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be celebrating it now. That is something I was hoping would show in the test. What the heck?
I have killed him with better. You will not even feel it. There would not be much of you left.
Last one before the boss.
Final challenge. A pity. I was starting to like you.
But yeah. That's actually not too bad, action skill wise.
False guardians do not mean false treasure. End this malformed thing's suffering and take from it that with which the timekeeper imbued it.
It doesn't make sense why they'd say something like that is malformed. Alright, well, before the boss, let's reload. And let's see what they actually, if they've got anything of use in it. It's all common.
I can help with that.
Seriously? I mean, great, health regen, but seriously? Seriously.
Thanks for stopping by.
They're always, why is it that these machines never really give you anything good nowadays? I mean, I can remember in 2 and 3, eventually, you could buy legendary equipment. I mean, it cost a lot of iridium, but you could buy it. Can't even do that in this game. That sucks, man. And it's like, why'd you change so much? You know? Alright, let's jump. Whee! I'm probably gonna have to experiment tomorrow and see. Because I don't see the chat box on the screen. And that bugs me.
This is your judgment. This is your testimony. This is your execution.
This guy's annoying. Whoa. It's like the spines are the weak. Yep, the spines are the weak ones. Whoop. Oh. Sniper rifle for the win.
I feel like some kind of pinnacle or something.
Let's keep it up. Oh, great, I'm fine. Oop, jumping. Got it. No, at least I got him.
I knew you
A legendary already?
a worthy addition to our number, Vault Hunter. Now, add
I wasn't
strength
expecting
to your
that.
own. A portion of his power, misplaced.
actually loads fast enough, so it might be usable. Heck is that? Strike twice. That's interesting. I need to get a better level of that legendary shotgun. Because that's level 25, and that's about 7 levels too low. That really sucks. Guess I gotta figure out how to get another one, or where it spawns.
All that has happened will happen again.
Because right here is the orb that upgrades your jetpack. Right there. I guess I'll put that legendary item away later. Dang. I'll take that. Looming Valor. Side quest. It's got a Children of the Vault magazine, Jacobs, and it also fires explodey boom booms. One shot, but dang, that's one heck of a shot when you think about it. Right, let's hop out of here, then we'll move to outro, folks. Oh, chat box. Wrong spot. Okay. I guess I missed somebody. Oh well. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully I'll figure out the technical issues before next stream. But thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see everybody next Sunday. Thank you.